Another very fine afternoon at Coors Field. It is Sunday, and the Rockies look to push Arizona back out on the road with another loss. Last night, the Rockies won in convincing fashion, 9-1. The pitching was great, the offense was great. And Tyler Chatwood jogs to the hill looking to pick up where Tyler Anderson left off yesterday. Best start of the year easily for Tyler Anderson. 6 innings, he struck out 10. Chatwood, as you know, has had his issues at Coors Field the last couple of years. He wants to rid himself of those memories today against Arizona. And he's going to face a lineup that is without A.J. Pollock up top. He is getting the day off, so it'll be Gregor Blanco leading things off for Torey Lovullo. Here's the Southwest batting order for the D-backs. They'll have David Peralta batting second. Paul Goldschmidt naturally is third, then Jake Lamb hit 29 home runs a year ago, and he's got a couple of home runs this year against Chatwood. Chris Owings obviously feeling better. He was scratched yesterday, and he is in at second base. Daniel Descalso, the former Rocky. Chris Herman's behind the plate. So 3 different days, 3 different catchers for the Diamondbacks. Nick Ahmed will be at shortstop, and the former Mariner Taijuan Walker is on the hill. Closer look at Chatwood's numbers, and I don't know if it's in his head. He certainly, as tough as Tyler is, would never admit it, but the road home splits are startling.
They are startling, but for me it's the same as what we saw with Tyler Anderson. Fastball command, he has to be able to control his sinker. It has not been a pitch he's able to command. The fastball, he's using it a lot more this year because the velocity has jumped. All his pitches and velocity have jumped up. The fastball, he's given up 9 home runs with. None of the other pitches anybody has touched. They all have averages below 200. But for me, especially at Coors Field, he walks guys. He has walks at Coors Field more than he does on the road. And when he makes mistakes up in the zone, it's been punished.
I'm glad you mentioned his secondary stuff. The league is hitting .073. .073 against his secondary stuff. So Buddy Black has been imploring him really all season long, use more of your secondary stuff. It's good stuff and you get good results.
He does. What we've seen though at Coors Field is that the curveball and the slider and the changeup, he's been spiking it. And so he has not been able to use it efficiently at Coors Field.
So here we go, Chatwood against the veteran Gregor Blanco, and our afternoon is underway, and the first pitch tails off the plate. Ball 1. 76 degrees is our game time temperature. Stayed in the 70s throughout the game last night, and that is at the top of the zone, 1-1. Mark Wegner is the crew chief, and he will be calling balls and strikes. Mark Ripperger's at first, Phil Cuzzi at second, Vic Carapazza is at third. I hope my man Shane down in the umpire's locker room had a couple of good pasta dishes, because there's some guys down on this crew
good Italians, yeah,
that know a good pasta dish. 3 balls and a strike as that's inside. There's Wegner, good umpire. And Chatty guides that one right down the middle at 93. And you can see just an early strategy. I don't know if it's the top of the order strategy or throughout the lineup with Chatwood, because he's battled command issues. You saw a take on 3-1. And that's a line drive to Valaika, who caught it in the air. Oh, we have to run out that line on the first play of the game.
It'll find you.
The ball will always find you. Normally Nolan's going to be there. Valaika getting the start. Nolan's fine again. He had a scheduled day off, his first of the year. And the first ball of the game. That's not an easy one, Spilly.
No, it's an in-between. It did range a little bit to the left, and it's a low liner. Nice play, Valaika.
Great truisms in the sport. The ball will find you. David Peralta is at the plate, and there's Valaika at third. Desmond's in left. Cargo back in there, as Spilly mentioned. He's in right. Mark Reynolds, Dustin Garneau behind the plate. 2-0 on Peralta. David, another one of those Diamondbacks who has battled the flu that has been running through their clubhouse for several weeks. And mishit ground ball to second, and the short hands of DJ LeMahieu, 2 outs.
Well, we saw Chatwood in San Diego in his last start have no-hit stuff. through 5 innings. And in that 5th inning, the Padres became pretty predictable. I think when they started hunting fastball, because Chatty has a great fastball and he gets a lot of downward movement. But those Padres were hunting fastball and they didn't. Tyler wasn't mixing in the off-speed pitches. So we'll see how he does second time through this lineup, but you have to trust Chatty's fastball.
Goldschmidt looks at Chatty's fastball at 94 for strike 1. Rockies kept Paul relatively quiet last night. He had an infield hit, 1 for 4, and he's going to ground out the second. That's the start Chatwood was looking for, as he gets a soft line out and a couple of ground balls. Now see that offense can get cranked up once again when we come back to Coors Field. Is the guy that played at Georgia Tech. He had a nice career there, and he's had a really nice baseball career in the big leagues. His name is Charlie Black.
Don't forget Young Harris, junior college.
Before that, it's no longer a junior college, now a 4-year college. Their D2 school down there in the southeast. DJ will follow Charlie Blackmon. Then Ian Desmond slides up to where Nolan's been hitting. Cargo back in there after missing Friday and Saturday with a minor calf situation. Mark Reynolds has been sensational. Trevor Story had a double yesterday, snapped an 0 for 14 slide. Pat Vallejo will bat 7. Dustin Garneau's throwing out a bunch of doubles this year. And then Tyler Chatwood against the former Mariner hard-throwing kid, Taijuan Walker, who at times this year's been dominant.
Been looking forward to watch this kid pitch. I've known about him since his days with the Seattle Mariners. Several of my friends have always talked about the character that he has, the big arm, the athlete that he is. His stuff is electric. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. It's a split change, very similar to what Jorge De La Rosa throws. He will work up and down. He's not really a side-to-side pitcher.
The biggest key you touched on is he works up in the zone effectively.
Very effectively. Well, this offseason, before Taijuan Walker joined the Seattle Mariners, had surgery on bone spur on his ankle. And that has allowed him to get his legs under him.
And a little comebacker. Walker's got it. Charlie is retired. The Rockies do have a little bit of familiarity with Walker. 2 years ago, he made a start at Coors Field. It was actually a pretty good start. But there were some guys who put up decent numbers against him. And we flash back to a couple of years ago. He can do that. He can get the strikeout, but he can also allow you to hit the long ball. Cargo hits him out against, when he's hot, anybody. And he hit one against the back wall of the bullpen. DJ takes strike 1. The guy who's seen him the most in the lineup is the guy on deck, Ian Desmond, because they played in the same division last year. And Desi's 4 for 8 with a home run against him. You know, for Buddy Black, when you fill out that lineup card, One of the first things you do after compiling all the information and knowing who's available and who you might want to sit out. It's going to be an easy pull out. Goldschmidt bobbles for a moment. Taijuan Walker still gets there. 2 gone. What a nice luxury to have multi players that can hit in that 3 or 4 spot in the lineup legitimately.
It is very nice. Ian Desmond has been around for a long time, but in the amount of years that he's been in the major leagues, he only has about 100 at bats hitting third. Noticing why they're talking to Taijuan, see if he hurt himself at all covering first base.
I think more, Spilly, wouldn't you agree? They're just giving him rest at altitude. He sprinted over there, give him a couple seconds to
I'm always curious when a guy has ankle surgery, just make sure that there's nothing going on. But yeah, you talk about versatility in the lineup and the different guys. You could have Charlie Blackmon hit third.
Sure. Desmond takes a strike. And yesterday was 1 for 4, scored a run. And that's another strike. Yeah, you're seeing a bunch of 91s. Don't be fooled. He can run it up 96, 97 when he wants to. He's going to work a quiet first inning. 3 ground outs for Taijuan Walker. So we go to the second. No score at Coors Field on a gorgeous Sunday.
Challenge, and I got some new gear because I'm ready for the Cup Series, and there's still tickets available. We want you to rock your purple. So you see the 4 items that I have listed, and I've got them on here. Got the bucket hat, I got the headband, whatever you want to call it, kind of the roller derby classic jacket, and the Trevor Story t-shirt. So fans can vote Central League High Speed Challenge today for what I'm going to wear during the Cup Series, right?
I think listen, Mark, we're going to vote. You know that.
Yeah. Oh, I know. What do you got, Drew?
I like the fishing hat right now.
The bucket hat, okay.
Is that what we call it, a bucket hat?
Yeah, but I know what you say. You can wear this on the boat, on the golf course, here at the ballpark.
I don't want to say it looks good on you, Mark. It's interesting, though. And it kind of fits your personality.
I kind of wanted an E. I wanted all of it. I mean, is it too much to ask for you to just put all of it on like that?
Maybe that would be most apropos.
There should be another choice, the E for everything? Like that, really?
I mean, if you're going to wear it, might as well blow it out.
Know, right?
Yeah.
Where's your foam finger? Put the foam finger back on.
I didn't bring my foam finger out here to the outfield.
You do that tomorrow.
Okay.
Hey,
let's see the headband. The headband's awesome.
It's warm though today. I don't want you to have to wear that for 9 innings.
I think the headband.
Though actually, it's supposed to be kind of chilly the next couple days.
It is, right? A little bit, yeah.
So it may work. I love, Mark, your description, because I haven't heard this in a while. Your description of the jacket, kind of a roller derby jacket. Yeah.
Is it satin?
It's not. I wish it was. That's the classic from the 70s. The satin.
And Mark, you and I are basically the same age, and we grew up in the same neck of the woods.
Right?
What was it, like Saturday morning, you'd watch roller derby?
Absolutely.
The Bay City Bombers.
And it looked like that with this kind of print.
Yeah, that's a strikeout as we've been completely...
yeah, there's a game going on.
Yeah, taken off subject. But Mark, it looks good, man. You got options.
I do. So hopefully the people will vote. And I'm ready for tomorrow. Bring your purple. Get out here. Come to the Cubs games.
Come to and root for the Rockies.
Yeah.
We know the Cubs, their fans always show up. There are still tickets available, so get online right now. This is line to center field. Charlie has a beat on it, and Chris Owings is retired. 2 outs.
Got to vote for the bucket hat, I hear.
Yeah, Susan, she likes the bucket hat also.
I needed some of the new purple. See, I was able to watch the game yesterday as a fan. So I saw the fans, and I thought like a fan. Not that I don't, but I was like, I need to get some new purple. I got to get ready. I got to get fired up for the Cubs.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mark, you're always one with the fans.
Yeah.
So I like it.
Good. I think we got something going on here, Drew.
Yeah. Descalso takes low, 1-1. What was the thing? Remember, was it last year? The years start to run together for me, Spilly. Was it last year that Mark, or was it 2 years ago, he broke his bank account buying retro jerseys, right?
I think it was last year. He bought the DJ LeMahieu All-Star jersey.
Yeah.
He had that one. He had the one from the year before with Nolan.
It was 2 years ago. We swept the Braves. I wore one every day. It started with a McHenry, like 4th of July, that I bought up here at the autograph, whatever, the memorabilia thing.
We might have to get that going again.
I got a Morneau one because I love Justin Morneau.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you big AC/DC fans. You guys are fanboys
from Cincy.
Here's the 3-1 on Descalso, and this is in the air to Desmond and left, and another very fine inning for Tyler Chatwood. Middle of inning number 2 with Mark Stout and whatever he's wearing, and my man Ryan Spilborgs. I'm Drew Goodman.
Yeah, good story right there.
Or more runs as they did last night. Go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day. Do it between 4 and 6. Get your Rockies taco special at Masa Taco Bell. I've got it now. Mark, can you hear me?
Yes.
Fear and Loathing in Denver right there.
Yeah, a Hunter S. Thompson reference. But how about this? The late George Carlin, the hippy-dippy weatherman. That's who you look like.
Do you like my? I got a little something going on here.
Yeah, very
swagger. Yeah.
Very swaggy today.
Get your purple.
You got to Little gate going with it too. Cargo drives this ball to deep left field. Ball is not traveling. Descalso on the edge of the track, but good wood from Cargo. A good sign. You keep looking for those signs of him getting ready to break out. One out, and Taijuan Walker will now face Mark Reynolds. Mark has never faced Walker. Well, Friday night, Mark Reynolds hit one out. Saturday, another day, another bomb. This was a line shot. What was the launch angle on that, Spilly? Usually on top of that thing. That was way under 20. I know
it was
that.
It had to have been.
And Mark takes high, ball one. No score, one out in the second.
That's a season for some guys right there. 315, 10 home runs.
Let me throw this out at you. Mark hit 14 last year in a reserve role. He was signed to come off the bench, ostensibly, right? If at the end of the year, Mark was hitting, I'll give him more RBIs because you'd have a longer season. But if Mark hit 315 at the end of the year in part-time duty with 10 home runs and say 45 RBIs, would you have said, man, that was a great signing?
Yeah, that's a fantastic year.
As a guy that's going to come off the bench, primarily get a spot start here and there. Well, Mark not only has a lot left in the tank, this ball's well hit left center field. This one's got a chance. Take a good look. You won't see it for long. If the day ends in Y, Mark Reynolds is going yard.
That's every day, Drew.
Well, check the stats.
That's right, number 11 for Mark Reynolds right there. Taijuan Walker looked right at Chris Herman after giving up the pitch and shook his head. Fastball almost where he wanted it, center cut for Mark Reynolds. But two-strike approach for Mark has been not swinging as hard, and you can see the amount of power and whip he gets with not full effort on his swing. I want to be like Mark.
How many guys truly, as Story steps in, get better later in their careers? Very few. In the case of Mark Reynolds is a much better hitter than he was earlier in his career, and this is a guy that did a ton of damage. There's a rocket that is going to be a base hit. Wow. Trevor Story.
The work for that.
Yeah, from our trajectory, you know, Trevor's had the tough start. You're thinking he hits the ball off of Walker, and I thought it was going right to Goldschmidt.
Hits the dirt, hits his foot. You see the type of athlete Chris Herman is. He's almost neck and neck with Trevor as he's getting down the line. I'm not sure which ankle that Taijuan had surgery on, but that one looked like it was off the right one. Do a little more research and figure it out for you.
So Walker will get to throw a couple of pitches here to test the foot or ankle. This guy's got prototypical size. Big, broad-shouldered guy, 6'4", 235 pounds. Just 24.
So he had surgery on his right foot, and that was the foot. That's right, be like Mark. Good tweet. It was the right foot that Trevor Story just hit with the ball. That's going to be a thing, I swear. Before the season's over, there's going to be, at the Rockies dugout store, a Be Like Mark Reynolds t-shirt.
Well, you just keep banging on it. I like it. Base hit through the right side for Pat Valaika. Story will stop at second. And the Rockies, with one out and a run in, have two men on for Dustin Garneau. Aggressive against that fastball. It's showing up early, and the Rockies are taking some nice swipes.
We've seen it with Vala, the pinch hit roll, swinging at first pitch that he can handle, and on the Subaru Supermo, you can see the fastball work its way back towards the middle part of the plate.
Now you have Garneau at the plate, batting 8th. He's throwing out some big hits this year. Part-time duty, 6 RBIs, got a home run, and he takes a strike. Such a different view for Nolan Arenado today. He's watching Pat Valaika play third base. It's good to see him smiling. He will not be on the bench. He may not be on the bench the whole day today, but even the great ones need a day off here and there. 1-1. And that's always a fist fight to get Nolan out of the lineup.
Yeah, I wonder how that conversation goes where, like, hey, who's going to tell him? You want to tell him? No.
Who drew this short straw on that? Hey, Redmond, you're the bench coach. You go tell him.
Yeah, you got to look for scratch marks on one of the coaches and see which one it was.
Who's got the shiner? There's Vinny. I was talking to Vinny in the clubhouse today about number of games he played, because Vinny was like Nolan. He loves playing, never wants to come out. Manager never wants to take him out, fouled off. Vinny on 2 occasions played all 162. And then he would take a few weeks off in October, and he'd start swinging it again in November. And then, as we were discussing yesterday, he'd head down to Mexico, and he'd show up for the final 10 games or so in the playoffs.
Yeah, like Santa Claus.
Like Santa, right? 1-2. Good speed aboard. Story and Valaika. This is popped up right side, and infield fly rule is invoked. 2 outs.
Drew, how was blackjack last night?
Prom, it was a whole lot of fun, and I had to take my chips and sign out, wave to the cameras above, right? I had to slap my hands.
Yep.
Show that there was nothing under my sleeves, so to speak. 3:15, checked out. Just a lot of fun. They do proms a lot differently than when you and I were going to school. Great time and a lot of great kids at Arapahoe. That's in there for a strike. Tyler, an opportunity to help his own cause. One and one.
Chatty was a career 240 hitter at the start of the season. Only has 1 hit this season. He's hit 100, so he's
due.
He is way due.
Doesn't have a ribby yet.
Well, it started at 240 and it's dropped down to 227.
It's okay. 227 on a pitcher. That's good. I got to explain to a lot of the 16, 17, 18-year-olds in attendance last night why they build those monstrosities in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Because more people are not taking money out of the casino, more people are leaving money in the casino. When every time I pulled an inside 21. This is bounced up the middle, and Chatwood is retired. The Rockies get a run. Mark Reynolds' daily home run, and it is 1-0 Colorado as we go to the 3rd.
Vote Mark Reynolds. Be like Mark.
Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by the 2017 Toyota Tundra and your hometown Toyota stores. By Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level tickets by visiting wellsfargo.com/Rockies. By Coors Light, whatever your mountain, climb on. And by Southwest Airlines, yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. Union Station rather quiet right now. The Rockies, Mark Reynolds, anything but quiet. Another loud shot off of his bat. Be like Mark. Home run in each ball game in this Arizona series, and the Rockies have a 1-0 advantage as we go to the top of the third. 7, 8, 9 against Tyler Chatwood. Chris Herman will be first. Chatty in the first couple of innings. A couple of ground balls, a strikeout, 1 fly ball, 1 line out.
Well, it looks like he's using his two-seam fastball more. And I love using Tyler Anderson as an example for last night, because this was a guy that when we were watching him, he knows that he needed the cutter to be effective. He knew that he needed fastball command to be effective. And last night, working with Ryan Hannigan, the fastball was effective, using it inside, was using the cutter effectively off the plate, letting it run back. Right there, we've been talking about Chatty using his secondary pitches. Tried 2 attempts to use a secondary pitch. That's what Bud Black would like to see. But now he has the ability to come back with a fastball if it's a 2-seam.
And that runs outside, 3-0. If you compare the first month or so of 2017 for Chatwood versus the first month or so of 2016, the walk percentage is up for Tyler.
I point directly at velocity jumping up, because the walk rate was down when it was at about 91 miles an hour.
And he walks the leadoff man, Herman. Let's take a look at our Coors Light Cold Hard Facts, brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. Well, last night Tyler Anderson was in need of having a Tyler Anderson-like outing, and he had it. And check this out. 7 ground balls, 10 strikeouts, which matches a career high. It's just the 4th time, though, in franchise history that the Rockies did not have a recorded outfield putout. Think about that at home. The outfielders, this gets through Garneau, and now Herman moves to scoring position. Think about that. The outfielders could have been like 7-year-olds who sat down and picked dandelions.
Could have gotten king in his court.
Yeah, Eddie Feigner. Pitcher, catcher, and everybody else take the day off. It's a wild pitch. One 1-0 on Ahmed. So 5 of the first 6 pitches here out of the strike zone. Don't sleep on Chris Herman either at second base. As Spilly said, he's a unique athlete for a guy that catches, because he also plays center field. He runs well. Some more on Tyler Anderson last night. You know, that first inning, I think, was so key, Spilly. He gave up the 3 literally squib hits, and you're thinking, you know, if your confidence a little fragile because he struggled early, this could go south in a hurry. He made sure it did not. This is a ground ball to short, and Story will get Ahmed, but crossing over on the good read is Chris Herman. But now you can bring the infield in because you have the pitcher up. Taijuan Walker.
I felt like we saw a physical change last night with Anderson on the mound after he got through the first inning. Second inning, there was traffic, pitched through it again. Third inning, pitched through traffic again. But you could see the confidence slowly growing. You could see his command of the cutter increasing. And then by the 3rd and 4th, 5th inning, it was the Tyler Anderson we were accustomed to.
Walker's 1 for 12 this year. Being an American League guy last couple of years, hasn't swung it a ton. Get that punch out. Tell he's tardy, and
the last pitch, 96 miles an hour. Tyler's just going to blow him away.
Yeah, don't back off. Don't slow it down. He got it. That's exactly what you want to do. That looked like a hard slider at 90. Now the infield can back up, and you can get out of this without any damage. 2 outs. Gregor Blanco, the leadoff man, who lined to third to begin the day. It's a second strikeout for Chatwood. Good pitch. And that's, Spilly, again, what you have been talking about, picking up on what Buddy Black and Steve Foster and Darren Holmes want. Let the secondary pitches starting at bat. Get him off the fastball a little bit.
Mix it up a little bit. The fastball is an excellent pitch. It's a great pitch. Trust your secondary stuff as well. And that's the changeup. The changeup has really become a weapon for Tyler Chatwood. He's getting a lot of downward movement with it.
The league's hitting 133 against his changeup. The league has not gotten a hit off his curveball this year.
All right, they better not get a hit off the curveball.
Yeah, I don't. All the tweets will come.
I'm going to give you a Charlie Hills.
That was the curveball, that or a changeup. It was hard to tell. It had downward movement. I think it's a curveball, so it's 1-2.
And he almost had Gregor Blanco swing at it.
Good block by Garneau. A few more 2-seamers early in this game, Spilly, than 4-seamers.
That one, I think, again, is his changeup. His changeup average is about 88 miles an hour. It's starting to get hard to tell the difference between pitches for Chatty.
Similar movement, the 2-seamer and his changeup is going to fade away against lefties. This is fouled off out of play. Rockies had to turn the lights on here at Coors Field. Cloud cover, dark enough that we just flick the lights on. Is that like one switch, or is it a number of switches, you think?
I would have to assume it's one switch, right?
Walk in from your garage, flick a switch, you have light.
You think it's just in maybe a Rockies office with a clapper? You just clap it on?
Boom. The real new stadiums, that's what Atlanta has. 1-2. Great crowd at the ballpark looking around. There was over 36,000 last night, and this is bigger than last night. This is going to approach 40. Game 3 of a 10-game homestand. Great teams in Arizona, the Cubs beginning tomorrow, then the Dodgers for 4. Here's the 1-2 again, and Garneau keeps it around. 2-2. I would think that Chatwood is a tough guy to catch, and I mean that in a complimentary way. His stuff, all his stuff, moves so dramatically.
It's late movement,
and he'll spike, not just the spiking ball. He'll spike, I should say, the 2-seamer, the changeup. So you really have to be agile and on your toes if you're catching him. 2-2. Blanco battling away. That looked like a 4-seamer in.
That one's at 95 miles an hour, 8 pitches into the at-bat. It's a good at-bat by Gregor Blanco. You're hoping that Tyler Chatwood finds a way to beat him with the pitch.
And dugouts on the offensive side will say, hey, win the battle. And on the Chatwood side, they'll say the same thing. And Chatwood's going to win the battle. Good job by Chatty. Worked out of a little situation. Herman, a leadoff walk, reached third. But he did not score. Rockies up 1-0, middle of 3. usually on Sundays we'll go out there before the crowd gets in and get a little fun time in the playground. Send us your thoughts, comments, photos. Do it every day. Use the hashtag Toyota Talk, and you get to communicate with the quirky one, Ryan Spilborns.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I know my family in Santa Barbara is listening today, so shout out to Lulu and Poppy, my sister and Chris, little Kin. It's always fun when you know that your family's paying attention to you from California. I'm sure Taiwan Walker's family's watching as well. They're from California.
Yeah, Taiwan was actually born in Shreveport, but at an early age moved to Yucaipa, California. First pitch is in there, breaking ball, strike on Blackman. He had a comebacker in his first at bat against Walker. And that's inside, 1-1.
I thought it was kind of cool. Taiwan Walker pitching in the CIF Finals Division II in high school for Yucaipa High School. And on the other end, Tyler Chatwood.
This ball's driven toward right center. It'll get down for a base hit. So Blackman, who yesterday had a single, double, and triple in 5 at-bats, that's his first Sunday knock. And that'll bring up LeMahieu.
He just hits.
He hits everybody.
I'll finish my thought. Tyler Chatwood on the other side pitched for Redlands High School in the CIF Championship against Nolan Arenado's team. But good to see California baseball, high school baseball, two guys that have pitched in state championship pitching against each other in a major league game.
This is an area I think the Rockies, as the season unfolds, will improve upon, need to improve upon. They're an athletic team, and I'm referencing stealing bags. Charlie draws a second throw.
They have not been efficient at all stealing bases over the last couple of years. I think you can point and look at it. 5 stolen bases this year, 5 times caught stealing. That is not an efficient ratio. If you look at the Diamondbacks, who lead the National League, tied with Cincinnati Reds, they've stolen 36 bags and caught 10 times. But it also depends on how you value your outs. If you think moving up an extra 90 feet is worth the out. And in my view of those analytics, I like the stolen bases to be about 85 to 90%.
Taiwan Walker's about average, major league average to the plate right now, the 1-3 range. Again, it's a math equation. We've explained that before. So if major league catcher, it's starting to drizzle a little bit, you know, averages a little under 2 flat to second. And you're 1-3. Let's take 2 flat in game situation. So you're talking about 3-3, which means with your lead, you have to navigate that 76, 77 feet in less than 3.3 seconds to be safe. And Tony's constantly giving that passing that information along, I assume?
Sure.
Yep.
Well, you have to know what your personal time is. Charlie Blackman needs to know how fast he's able to get down to second base.
2-0. And that misses 3-0, so he's not going anywhere right now.
This is always the statement in the minor leagues was try to be an accurate self-evaluator. Know your skill set. Know your numbers. What can you handle? What can you not? How fast can you get down to second base?
3-1. Charlie takes off, and it's driven foul. Charlie 2 years ago, 40+ stolen bases. How many umbrellas out? The drizzle right now is more of a nuisance than anything. You don't see a lot of people scrambling for cover yet. There's an umbrella. Charlie going again, and again it is fouled off in virtually the same spot. Taijuan Walker, we were talking about how big and strong he is. Tremendous high school basketball player in Ukaipa, California. Averaged 21 points, 15 rebounds as a senior. Blackman almost caught leaning, and he was. He started to go, and he gets picked off. It's the second time this year Charlie has been picked off.
Good quick move by Taijuan. The tag applied about top of the tricep for Charlie.
When you were in a 3-2 situation and you were going a lot of times instead of a double play, and as good a hitter as DJ is, he hits into a fair number of double plays. Was it a different takeoff, Spilly, than as opposed to when you were straight stealing, say on a 1-2 or 2-1 count?
You should have a shorter lead, and you're definitely going once you know the pitcher's going towards the home plate. It's almost like a hit and run.
This is looped to right, and a sliding catch is made out there by Peralta.
That is an excellent catch by David Peralta in right field, and you're only able to catch these baseballs because of your first step read. And you can see on the Supermo as he was sliding through the baseball, he was going to catch that fairly easily. Nice place in Taiwan.
So here's Desmond. He grounded out to second, and he's going to ground out to second again. Rockies will take a 1-0 lead to the 4th inning. The 1 run, another Mark Reynolds home run.
Carlos Gonzalez back in the lineup. But Black spoke to him last night about being in the lineup. So I said, buddy, what did that conversation entail?
Can't tell you, Mark. It's sensitive. It's a private conversation. But it went something like this. It went something like this. I'll paraphrase a little bit, and then I'll give you the Reader's Digest version. Cargo, how you feeling about tomorrow? Buddy, I'm ready. Let's do it. Are you sure? Do I need to check? Well, yeah. So it started like that.
Then they fist bumped and said have a good night and get ready to play tomorrow. But he's funny, man.
He is hysterical. Mark, it's privileged information. Okay, went something like this. Do you want it verbatim? 2 balls and a strike on Peralta. 2, 3, and 4 for Arizona against Chatwood in the 4th. That means Goldschmidt will hit next, then Jake Lamb. Rockies a run on 4 hits. And this is going to be redirected somewhat to Story. I think Chatty got a little leather on it, so it's a 1-6-3.
Yeah, give it some credit.
Absolutely. It's like hockey. We don't want to just give 1 assist out. We want to give 2 assists
Yeah,
out.
give multiple assists.
That'll bring up Goldschmidt. He had a bouncer to DJ his first time up. One of the first things you recognize about Chatwood, other than the great stuff when you watch him, is if you spend any time around him, you realize what a fierce competitor he is. And you know it bothers him to the core, the fact that the last year plus he has not had good numbers at Coors Field. Last year, as good Rockies fans know, he led all of baseball with the lowest road ERA and had an ERA well above 6 at Coors Field. This year it's above 7 right now. He wants to turn those numbers around.
I think he will, and you see today so far, really trusting that fastball. He's living right on the edges.
2-1 and a line drive. That's okay. He finds a glove. Goldschmidt hits it hard, but it's Story, 2 outs. And that'll bring up Jake Lamb, who struck out, leading off the 2nd.
MLB TV Premium is back and better than ever. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live on over 400 supported devices. Visit MLB.tv for details. That's how Lulu and Poppy are able to watch this in Santa Barbara.
Lulu and Poppy, hello. We're glad you're with us today.
There you go.
We have nice weather, we assume, in Santa Barbara.
Always, it's paradise.
How's Billy's statue coming? 2-0. What's that main drag with all the restaurants on it right through
State
downtown?
Street.
State Street?
Yeah.
I like State Street. 2-0 on Lamb. And 3-0 on Jake. And that is the first hit of the ball game for Arizona, with 2 outs in the 4th inning.
And that's one of the few times you'll see the Rockies in a shift. DJ LeMahieu playing out in the right field, outfield grass. It snuck its way through the infield.
Chris Owings hit the ball hard his first time up, a line drive to center field. 2 outs, Lamb at first. Conservative lead, and that's poured over at 95 for a strike on Owings. We always talk about how good an athlete Owings is, and I was chatting with him a couple days ago about other sports he played. And he played football and basketball right up till high school, and he said, I kept getting hurt in all the other sports, so I finally said, the heck with it, I'm just going to devote all my energy to baseball.
I've told you this story about when I was a high school football player, and Santa Barbara High was playing as my 3rd high school football game. We're playing a big D1 named Saugus, and Saugus is doing their jumping jacks in front of us, and every guy was like 12 feet tall. I was like, I'm done, I'm out. They got me before we even played. I was scared to death.
You didn't shut it down, did
No,
you?
I played, I caught a couple passes, blew out my knee, and was done. Had enough. These guys are too big.
Well, if they're 12 feet tall, that's large.
Yeah, they felt. I would say felt.
That was a butt attempt, and they got him on the back pick. Well done, Dustin Garneau. And Mark Reynolds got there to apply the tag. They pick off Jake Lamb. End of inning. Rockies up 1-0.
About these two pitchers, Tyler Chatwood and Taijuan Walker, being from the Yucaipa area, and we got a tweet. Check it out. Both Chatty and Taijuan grew up in Yucaipa. Tyler Chatwood is there in the football uniform. I'm going to circle him for you. Number 30, Tyler Chatwood. How cool is that?
And you know, I don't think he backed out when they were facing that 12-foot team you were describing. Saugus. He kept playing, dude. Chatty didn't back down.
So we appreciate that tweet, sending it in.
That's what's really cool about social media today.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Except that I'm sure
there's some things that are not so cool about social media.
Yeah, I wish you didn't show that picture, but he looked tough. I'm curious what position he was.
Looked like a football player. I'm saying he was running back and a strong safety. Cargo will lead things off in the fourth. He looked at one pitch from Taijuan Walker, and he lined it to the warning track in deep left center. And he takes that fastball high, 1-0. And that's in there for a strike. Taijuan Walker wore 32, 27 a little bit with Seattle. And at first, when he heard he got traded, he thought they were putting him on. His agent called him, and then Jerry DiPoto called him, and he realized it's for real. And one of the first things he thought about it would be an opportunity to get the number that he always coveted, number 44, until he realized that number 44 is worn by perennial all-star Paul Goldschmidt, and he realized, well, that's not happening. He said, the heck with it, I'm going with 99. Nobody wears 99. Breaking balls inside, 3-1 on Cargo.
I think we've had this conversation before. Different players that have worn 99. Manny Ramirez was one. Darren Clark was a tall Rockies pitcher, wore number 99 with the Rockies.
And Cargo pops this thing up on the left side. Easy play. 1 out. Here comes Mark Reynolds, hearing it from the crowd. He's the difference in this game right now. Another home run, this one to extreme left center field. His 11th of the year. He's among the league leaders in home runs, among the league leaders in RBIs. And his 321 average, not too shabby either. And Mark's going to throw out another base hit. It's an easy game right now for Mark Reynolds.
See it and hit it. That's what Mark Reynolds is doing. Catch one off the end of the bat, get a chance to talk to Goldie. If the pitch is up, it's a lot easier to get that ball out over the infield.
Trevor Story, a base hit. His first time. Big cut, no baseball, 0-1. Trevor hit a hard shot off the foot of Taijuan Walker. It ricocheted into foul territory. And Trevor snapped an 0 for 14 slide yesterday. Reaching out on an off-speed pitch and lining it off the left field wall for a double.
He's getting closer, and I think when I watch his swing, what's giving me hope that it's closer is that the timing looks better. We've seen some quality walks. I know it sounds funny to say a walk is a quality at bat. It is, especially when you're given the fact that on 2 of those walks, he was down 0-2.
And that's strike 3. Story was looking for something else. That was right there at 94. 2 outs. Now to bring up Pat Valaika. Valaika base hit through the right side in the 2nd inning. It's the first strikeout for Walker, which is a good sign overall for the Rockies because Walker's been striking out a bunch of guys this year.
Yeah, 7th best in the National League. The leader of the National League has nearly 12 strikeouts per 9. Actually more than 12 strikeouts per 9, and Robbie Ray, his teammate.
As a staff, the Diamondbacks have really improved on the mound. They're striking out guys at a very high clip. Their ERA on their starting pitchers down almost 2 runs a game from a year ago. Two 2-0 on Valaika. Zach Greinke was good on Friday night. He beat the Rockies. And this is right at Chris Owings. That's all for the Rockies, despite the hit by Mark Reynolds. So we move to the 5th. 1-0 Colorado. Chatwood and Walker hooking up. Colorado Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Subaru. Love, it's what makes a Subaru a Subaru. By Papa John's. Use code ROXWIN for 50% off. PapaJohns.com next day after a Rockies victory. And by StubHub. Looking for great seats? Head to StubHub, the official ticket marketplace for the Colorado Rockies.
I love these photos. Matt Dirksen, Rockies team photographer. Just gonna put him up all over my house.
You better check with the boss first. Swung on and missed. Chris Owings is behind 1 strike. Owings back at the plate. Resuming his at bat. Jake Lamb was picked off by Dustin Garneau to end the 4th inning.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's really nice. 0-2.
Those aren't even close to the strike zone, but it's the ability for Chatty to make it seem like it is a strike and then let the bottom fall out.
He went right back to it, and Owings almost bit again. 1-2. Really unusual for a pitcher to have 3 or 4 pitches in their arsenal that they get a lot of swings and misses with, like that. That is strikeout number 3 for Tyler Chatwood.
This is bad. Tyler Chatwood just made Owings look silly. He was not close on any pitch, and you can see on the Subaru Supermo that that curveball was about 58 feet. Yeah, it's not even in the Subaru strike zone. It's all off the plate.
And Descalso swings and misses. Whoa, what happened?
They're making the argument.
He's out. He didn't swing and miss. Fair ball, tagged out.
No, he fouled it. Descalso's making the argument that Garneau picked it up when it was still foul, when it was behind the plate. All right, you can see the foul ball right in front of the plate. It rolls backwards.
Still on the plate. If it's on the plate, it's in fair territory. And that's obviously what Mark Wegner saw. Garneau, shrewd enough to realize if he can grab it before it rolls off the plate, it is a fair ball.
And you know what? Wagner does a great job getting the angle. You can see him. He comes right out to the side, and he's looking straight down. Watch Mark Wegner on the Subaru Supermo. He's going to give himself the angle to look at that baseball. He is right on top of it.
And this is all Torey Lovullo wanted. He wanted to see if he could get the umpires together at all. Third base umpire came down, Vic Carapazza, and it was a very short conversation. Descalso's out. It's 2 unassisted. They're 2 gone.
Well, it's not a reviewable play, and I think that's probably the question Lovullo was asking. You cannot ask if it's a fair or foul ball if it's in the infield. I didn't know that, to be honest. I thought all fair fouls were reviewable. Only in the outfield is the ball, can it be reviewed.
Chris Herman with a 2-0 count, and it's now 2-1. Herman reached on a walk leading off the 3rd inning. He got as far as 3rd base. Chatwood struck out Walker and then got Blanco after a good battle on a ground ball to short. The only other base runner for Arizona, 2-out single by Lamb, and Lamb was erased on Garneau's pickoff. Here's the 2-1, and that's also fouled off. 2-2. Chat will take a little bit of walk. And get ready to go. 3-2 on Herman with 2 outs. And he's going to get him. Chatty gets over there, takes the flip from Reynolds, and he is safely through the 5th. Chatty's on his game. Rockies up 1-0.
Fifth. Don't miss the action when the world champion Chicago Cubs make their only appearance at Coors Field this Monday through Wednesday. Purchase your tickets online at Rockies.com. Don't ask me for my tickets, by the way. There's Justin, our producer, with his wife, beautiful daughter Kinsley. Day off. Why not come to the yard?
Kinsley looks like she's having fun.
It's perfect outside.
Properly distracted. Dustin Garneau batting 8th, the lead off here in the 5th against Walker. The Rockies have a run on 5 hits. Mark Reynolds' second inning home run is the difference in this game right now. After the Garneau home run, Story singled, Valaika singled, 2 on and 1 out, but then Garneau popped out and Tyler Chatwood grounded out to end that threat. Blackman led off the 3rd with a base hit, but he was picked off by Walker. On the outside corner, 1 ball, 1 strike. Rockies yesterday with their 9-1 victory snapped a 4-game losing streak at Coors Field. They're 8-7 at home this year. One of 4 teams in Major League Baseball to be above 500 at home and on the road. The other ones being the Nationals, of course, and then 2 teams in the AL East, the Yankees and Baltimore. The Yankees just got there yesterday, winning against the Cubs at Wrigley. They're now 7-6 on the road. Shallow right, and this is going to drop in foul territory. The Diamondbacks catch a break. Garneau would have been at second.
Took everybody forever to get back to their position. Dustin Garneau running hard. David Peralta just finally made it back to right field.
foul ball. The Cubs and Yankees. The Yankees game is tonight. A little bit of a break for the Rockies. The Cubs come here after the ball game, so it'll be a late night for Chicago. John Lester's going for the Cubs today. Whenever I think of Lester, you played in this game, but it's hard for me to believe it was 10 years ago that he threw Game 4 of the World Series here at Coors Field. Been around that long. 2-2. And this may be a problem. Now, Peralta kind of shaded that way after there were a couple of balls in that direction. He makes the catch relatively easily. 1 out.
Well, if you remember, John Lester was battling cancer that season and was missing majority of the year, which gives us a nice little segue to say hello to Chad Bettis and his family. You know, you only have about a week left of treatment, getting very close. But going back to John Lester, when he was announced during the World Series to pitch Game 4, we struggled to find video on John Lester from the minor leagues because he didn't pitch much. In fact, I don't think he pitched at all during that minor league season. And so our only scouting report was that he was a big lefty.
That didn't help much, did it?
No. He carved us up.
1-1 on Chatwood. And Walker's been good. Chatwood's been a little bit better. Just a 1-run affair here in the 5th inning. And that'll bring up Blackman.
Well, Walker's last start in Washington, he struck out 6, walked 5, lasted 4 1/3, 4 2/3. Today he doesn't have a walk, but doesn't have a lot of strikeouts. He's also pitched efficiently down in the strike zone. So we've seen a lot of ground ball outs.
Charlie lined a single to right center his last time up. And he's going to line a single to left field here. And I know Charlie got picked off. This is another one of those ideal running situations. If he thinks the time to the plate is decent enough to take off. And he's been, as we said, about major league average Walker. About 1-3 or so to the plate. 2 outs. LeMahieu at the plate. If you get caught stealing, LeMahieu leads off the next frame. It's not the end of the world. More conservative lead, at least initially, on that pitch from Blackman. Tony Diaz comes in and counsels. 1 strike on LeMahieu.
Herman 0 for 4 this season with caught stealings. Has not thrown someone out yet.
2 strikes.
This is where, if you're Charlie Blackman at first base, you're anticipating any sort of dirt ball and just taking your chance. Giambi jersey, like it.
One and 2.
I haven't seen the Big G since spring training. One of my favorites.
He was great, wasn't he? This is to short, and Ahmed throws out LeMahieu. So we move on to the 6th inning. That Reynolds home run holding up. Been terrific. Mark Reynolds, another home run. Today's Rockies News and Notes brought to you by All Copy Products. John Gray will have a bone scan. I don't know about a boot scan, but he'll have a bone scan on Monday to see how the healing is progressing in that foot. And hopefully he can lose the boot and start his way back to getting on a major league mound. Tony Walters passed the first concussion protocol test. He is eligible to come off on Wednesday, the 7-day concussion list. That doesn't mean that he will. Last year, as you look at Gray, when he had a concussion, he came off after 11 days. And especially with the second one, the Rockies naturally will err on the side of caution. Ryan Hannigan doing a good job in the absence of Tony Walters. He's had multi-hit games in the 2 that he has started. Instrumental in San Diego in his Rockies debut. Very good again last night. Handled Tyler Anderson well, his #1 priority, threw out a couple of knocks. 1-1. Garneau's doing the catching today, and it's 1-2 on Nick Ahmed. There's Tony. How about this? Remember when we were in San Diego a couple years ago and we got rained out?
Yes.
Hold on a sec. Trevor gets there and he's going to get a bag by a step. Well done, Trevor Story. That's a good looking play. Well, it happened again today. The Dodgers and Padres rained out.
What?
Yeah, at Petco.
Well, Trevor's so athletic at shortstop, and I think you're just waiting for the offense to catch up, but the defense this season, it's been elite. He has played shortstop as well as anybody in the National League.
Taijuan Walker takes a strike. Walker struck out on 3 pitches in the 3rd. And after swinging every pitch his first time up, Taijuan with a different strategy here. He's just going to watch.
Cool.
Same result. That is strikeout number 4. And that'll bring up Gregor Blanco.
He enjoyed that strikeout.
Pitch count's excellent, 75. We talk about 15 pitches per inning. If you're throwing 15 pitches per inning, that's a great number. The major league average is about 17.1 pitches per inning. It's the 3rd rainout in Petco history. Blanco takes ball 1. I don't know why everybody always wants to go there. Crappy weather, Spilly.
It's not a nice place. Just
No
ask
swing.
Jenny Cavanaugh. She does not like going to San Diego.
That's why she left, moved back to Colorado. 2-0.
.78 pitches now for Tyler Chatwood, 45 strikes, 33 balls, getting closer to the ratio that Bud Black likes. There at some point in today's game, it was 35 strikes to 30 balls. So
3-1 on Blanco.
The last 2 innings, he's basically thrown 4 balls. He has been pounding the strike zone. Oof.
Close.
What was that?
2-out walk. Pitch a little bit high. And that'll bring up dangerous hitter and David Peralta.
The first 10,000 fans through the gates for the Rockies Dodgers game May 11th will receive a coupon for a Hebrew National Dollar hot dog.
Peralta hit it on the ground twice. And it's late as he whips one past Tony Perez Chica at third base. Peralta, the converted pitcher. So gifted as a player, he's made that transition nicely. Very productive offensive player, particularly against right-handed pitching.
They had Blanco leaning towards second base. Peralta 1 for 8, 0 for 2 today off Chatty. 1 for 8 now in his career.
And another check on Blanco. Beat him with that fastball, and another snap throw by Garneau. Crowd trying to help out Tyler Chatwood here. 2-strike count with 2 outs on Peralta in the 6th. Thinking like Chatwood there, that down 2 strikes with Peralta, Blanco may take off. And I like what Tyler's doing. Rather than pick off trying to get him, he's just keeping an eye on him. No swing, and now Blanco moves up.
Blanco looking to advance the 90 feet the entire at bat. Gets a pitch down in the dirt, and anticipated ball in dirt. As soon as he saw that angle going down, he took off towards second base.
So a dicey moment here in a 1-0 game. 1-2 on Peralta. And half the Rockies were walking off the field. LeMahieu, Story, Valleca, all had made 2 or 3 steps toward the dugout. That just missed. It was pitch number 4.
Well received, just a bit inside.
Good quiet hands from Garneau. 2-2. Got it. And they'll make it official with the tag. Tyler Chatwood strikes out David Peralta with a runner in scoring position, his 5th of the game. Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency.
Taking your baby out for a walk.
That's a quick kid. I don't know if he's getting anywhere, but he's getting exercise. Ian Desmond, 3, 4, and 5 for the Rockies. Desmond, big cut, no baseball. He has twice hit it on the ground to the second baseman, Chris Owings. 6th inning, the Rockies up 1-0 on a second inning home run from Mark Reynolds. Walker quietly has pitched very effectively. Cargo and Reynolds to follow. And this ball is in the air to center field. Playable out there for Blanco. Cargo, a line drive to deep left and a pop to third. Cargo out front. Arizona puts a shift on for Gonzalez. Did not play Friday or Saturday. Under the armpits. 1-1. Taijuan Walker came from Seattle. Gene Segura had a great year last year, goes to Seattle. That's a strike. It was right down the middle on the Subaru strike zone. And that's hooked foul. Got good fielding position, Tony Diaz did, and nice play. All starts with your feet, right, Spilly?
Yeah, it's all about your footwork. Tony Diaz, good footwork down at first base box. So letting everyone know, too.
Inside. One of the new rules in the CBA is coaches have to stand in the coaches' boxes, right? Which I don't quite get. There is no coaches' box, number 1. And this is in the air to shallow center field. And Blanco races in and makes the catch. 2 outs. The reason I don't understand it is if you're at third base, let's say you're the third base coach for Miami and Giancarlo Stanton's up there against a soft toss and lefty. You're going to stay in the coach's box?
No. You can see that the coach's boxes in general, most crews are not painting those boxes in anymore. So you can't really hold them to it.
Yeah. 2 outs, nobody on. Reynolds at the plate, a home run and a single. Crowd reacting, oohing and on, but that's a 74-mile-an-hour curveball. It's kind of like Kevin Gausman when he hit a
Xander Bogaerts.
Yeah, a Red Sox. It was Xander Bogaerts with a 77-mile-an-hour curveball, and he gets thrown out.
And there's history between Baltimore and Boston, but still.
Fouled off. They just got the official crowd number. Told you it was close to 40. 39,175 at Coors Field. 39,175. You know they're going to be huge crowds the next few days. And there are tickets available. Rockies fans, eat them up.
I need the hashtag, Luke. Be like Mark. Otherwise, I'm not going to read your tweets on here.
2-2. And this one is booted by Owings. See if the Rockies can take advantage.
You see Reynolds 2-strike approach again. He's putting the ball in play. Knowing he's asked to play so many different positions. We've seen him in the outfield, seen him at short, seen him at second today on the Subaru Supermo.
You could say that, but I'm sure Chris would be the first to acknowledge that his 7 errors is too many for May the 7th.
That's a lot of errors.
So Story, a single, and he was caught looking. Outside. Trevor's strikeout percentage, and Mike Butcher's going to go out. Trevor's strikeout percentage this year is right under 38%. And you say, man, that's high. It is high. His strikeout percentage last year for the full season was around 31%, though after about a month in the big leagues, it was a little bit above 35%. So it's not alarmingly higher.
No,
it needs to go down. I'm not suggesting.
Well, part of the
otherwise.
reason why is as you're looking at it, the launch angle, that means he's basically uppercutting. The fly ball out percentage way up, almost 20% up. And that comes in part due to timing. When your timing is off, you have to rush to get your swing back in order. You have to rush to pull that front shoulder in to catch up with the bat plane. And that's part of the reason why you've seen such an increase in launch angle. I know we keep track of all these metrics, but the metrics are just showing you results. I'm trying to explain why those results happen. People point out of late, they go, well, majority of players, aren't they looking to hit the ball in the air? Typically, yes. But your ability to hit the ball in the air becomes a visual cue.
And that's called strike 2 and 2.
That's right at the top of the Subaru strike zone. Well, when Trevor gets his good timing down, that launch angle will get closer to what his normal swing path is. And then, as Bud Black said last night, look out.
That's why the term grind is used so frequently in baseball at all levels, but especially at this level. And right now, for Trevor Story, for Carlos Gonzalez, it is a grind, trying to find the swing, find results also. It's painful when you're going through it. Story gets underneath this one. Oh, man. Peralta fell, gets up, and then loses it in the sun. Rockies have a chance to get a run here. The throw to the plate is in time. Safe. Underneath the tag is Mark Reynolds. What a strange play that was. He's down, he's up, he loses it in the sun.
That's a double.
Relay to the plate. Safe.
And you get a double. Wow.
Crazy. And that's an enormous run.
It's a huge run. You see Peralta slips and falls, gets back up on his feet, loses it in the sun with his glasses on his hat. Oh, my.
That is as strange a deal as I've seen, because there's the slide, and clearly Mark got in around it. Pat Valaika, good job. That's the job of the on-deck hitter, to become a coach, and he told him where to slide. And Pat indicated first in front of Mark Wegner that he was safe. But Spilly, when he gets on his feet, he goes right to where the ball, like he sees it, where it's coming. Then all of a sudden at the last instant, he bails out. Now we'll get a pitching change, and the Rockies literally steal a second run. Mark Reynolds in the middle of the storm every day.
Be like Mark.
Be like Mark. 2-0 Rockies.
Even slides cool at home plate.
outs on a routine fly ball to right. Peralta tripped, fell, got up, and then lost it in the sun. Pat Valaika against J.J. Hoover, strike one. Story's at second base. And they scored a double. Really no other way to score it.
It's unfortunate for Taijuan Walker leaving the game under those circumstances. Only giving up really one ball hit hard, which was to Mark Reynolds. The two singles to Charlie.
Valaika drives this ball high and deep left field, way back and gone. Pat Valaika with his second major league home run, and now the Rockies lead it 4-0.
And now that error turns into a nightmare of an inning for the Arizona Diamondbacks. 3 runs across. Valaika just continues to impress. You see a slider middle of the plate. Valaika does not miss it at all. He's got some sneaky thump in that bat.
You said it. That error seemed pretty harmless with 2 outs on Chris Owings, but now 3 runs have scored since, and the Rockies now have a comfortable 4-0 lead in the bottom of the 6th. Valaika hit a home run, his first in his first big league start. It was at Dodger Stadium, basically his hometown, off of Jesse Chavez, and now he has home run number 2. One and one on Garneau. How about Buddy Black pushing all the right buttons? Nolan getting a day off. He didn't wake up this morning and say, I'm going to give Nolan a day off. He had it scheduled. He has Valaika start at third. All Valaika's done is throw out a couple of hits. He's made a good play defensively, and he's jumped the Rockies lead from 2 to 4. I got your back, Nolan. Chill today.
Relax.
Outside 3-2 on Garneau.
Some days when your superstar is sitting on the bench, you take a mental vacation, and that was always one of my favorite things to ask a superstar when he's sitting there. Where are you right now? What beach are you on?
This is shallow right. Peralta, Owings, look out, and it's Peralta, and they avoid a collision. What a strange inning. 2 outs, nobody on. Reynolds reaches on a routine ground ball to second, and then after that, Story's fly ball lost by Peralta, and then Valaika's 2-run home run, 4-0 Rockies.
up 4-0 as we go to the 7th. Pat Valaika hits the home run. I was chatting with Pat before the game today about playing third base, and I said, when did you start playing third in the minors? And he said it was last year, 2016, in spring training, actually. An organizational decision was that he would play other spots in the infield. We know that he was a shortstop and did that primarily in college, but he said last year he played a little bit of third. He made 30 starts at third base, so here you go. And I know he's not going to play a lot of third at the big league level, but like you said, Buddy Black pushing all the right buttons.
Now, Pat Valaika's a baseball player. He'll play anywhere you want. And thrust for the first time in his baseball career, Little League included, T-ball included, into left field. And now Pat's going to come get that one, which he needed to do. And Goldschmidt is out for the 3rd time today, leading off the 7th. And if you're wondering, baseball savants out there and people who follow the game closely, I asked Pat today in the clubhouse if moving from the middle infield to third, would he use a longer glove? Some guys do. Some guys, wherever they are in the infield, say first, they're going to keep their glove, and he keeps his 11.5-inch glove at third base. Jake Lamb at the plate. Chatty's ahead 1 strike. Now Chatty's ahead 2 strikes.
I love it. Chatty just challenging Arizona Diamondbacks hitters. Challenge Paul Goldschmidt. First pitch after scoring 3 runs last inning. Gets the easy first out. And then right back after Jake Lamb. Not messing around.
1-2.
Going back to Valaika, I think if you're the type of player like him, in order to get your at-bats, you have to be versatile, especially young in a major league career. We'll see with outfielders, oftentimes an outfielder will come to the major leagues and have never played a different corner spot. They'll come into the big leagues as a left fielder. First start, you're in right field. But you have to be able to adjust and play so you can earn the trust of your coaching staff, that they can say, hey, I want his at bat out there, but where can we put him?
At some point in your minor league career, especially I would think, Spilly, correct me if I'm wrong, when you get to Double-A, which is always the separation, men from the boys, outside, a 1-out walk to Jake Lamb. That'll bring up Chris Owens. You have a feel for what the organization thinks you're going to be, and you also look at the major league roster and you go, hey, do they have me geared up to be a starter, or are they looking at me maybe as a utility guy or a super utility guy? Again, based on my skill set, you talk about self-evaluation, and also based on what that current 25-man roster has. And in Valaika's case, he knows to stick in the big leagues, he has to wear a lot of gloves. Double play opportunity. There's one. Out at first, double play. 4-6-3. The Rockies as good as anybody turning double plays. And it turns into a 1-2-3 7th inning. Rockies in charge 4-0. Tyler Chatwood, 7 shutout innings. Kubota pitching performance. Tyler Chatwood has been struggling at Coors Field. Not today. 7 innings of one-hit baseball. He's walked 3. He has struck out 5. And he's been as dominant today at home as he typically is on the road. And the Rockies now enjoying a 4-0 lead. And Chatwood's work today not done. He's going to lead things off here in the bottom of the 7th. Pardon us while we're quiet. We're exerting ourselves right now, throwing Cracker Jacks.
This is the part of the job that I didn't realize I was going to get, but it's my favorite. I get to throw. Let him eat cake.
It's not bad. You got one in the tunnel the other day. Let's see.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's got a chance.
Yes.
Oh, bounced off that
Nice
gentleman
catch.
right to the nice young lady there. Perfect.
Cool.
Sir, I was waving at her because she was the one who had the better
she caught
hands.
it. Yeah,
Right.
she was the one that caught it. Perk of the job. I love it.
J.J. Hoover continuing on. The line on Taijuan Walker, those runs against him last inning were unearned. So Walker in 5 2/3, 3 runs, 1 earned. That was the Reynolds home run, 7 hits, didn't walk anybody, struck out 1. He threw the ball well. And Hoover, so far in a 3rd of an inning, charged with the earned run on the Valleca 2-run home run. Got all that? Chatwood, Blackman, LeMahieu here in the bottom of the 7th. Rockies trying to take 2 of 3 from Arizona. And check this out. One of the reasons the Rockies are off to such a fine start, their bullpen. Because when they carry a lead after the 6th inning, they are 15-0 this year. And Chatwood be given an opportunity, it looks like, to continue, but just in case, Mike Dunn on the left side, Adam Ottavino on the right side. Chatty, don't get cheated, man. Take a hat.
He might have to retie his shoes. Mark Wagner kind of. You all right there? Talking to Tyler.
Pull a glute with that swing.
Man, he's feeling good today.
Good swing there. 1 and 2. Did you ever do an Andrew Jones on a swing in batting practice? At any point in your career, did you ever drop to your back knee?
I wasn't flexible enough in my hip flexors to get down like that. Nolan does it all the time.
And Hoover strikes out Chatwood. Taijuan Walker pitched well, but one thing I was impressed with, Spilly, was the lack of strikeouts offensively by the Rockies today against a guy who can ring them up. And we know at times this year, they had 42 in a 3-game series strikeouts. The Rockies have been taking the bat back to the dugout.
I think it goes a little bit both ways because Taijuan Walker, I mentioned earlier, 5 walks in his last start against the Nationals, 6 strikeouts in that game. He didn't walk anybody today. So he was pitching far more to contact and not really looking for a strikeout. And the Rockies did a good job of shortening their swings. I mean, Mark Reynolds with the home run with 2 strikes.
2-0 on Blackman, 2 singles and 3 at-bats this afternoon. Charlie's batting average nestled at .310. And now 3-0. Jorge De La Rosa pitched so effectively against the Rockies down in Phoenix, but has yet to make an appearance in a place he called home for a long time. He's warming in the bullpen for Arizona. There's De La. (3-1). Take a good look at this one. You won't see it for long. Second deck shot from Blackman. Home run number 8. A titanic blast.
I thought that ball was getting up to the third row, the third deck. Charlie Blackmon looking for a pitch that he can handle. 3-1 count. Geared up, look to pull, he gets the pitch, a spinner. Oh, that ball's gonna get crushed, and it does on the Subaru Supermo. Wow, Charlie. Another 3-hit game for Charlie Blackmon.
He should get to round the bases twice after that kind of hit.
I don't know how the Diamondback players would feel about that.
That would not go over well. Three hits last night, 3 more hits for Blackmon. He's got a 2-day cycle, Spilly.
We'll give it to him.
Single, double, triple last night, and he gets the home run today. It's within 24 hours.
Yeah, it totally counts.
1-1 on LeMahieu. 5-0 Rockies. 9 hits for Colorado, just 1 for Arizona. Outside, 2-1.
Wow, that ball was hammered.
I love telling the story about Charlie and how much stronger he's gotten in the big leagues. He said when he first came up, he's a major league player. He said in batting practice, I couldn't hit the ball out of the ballpark really to the left of the Rockies bullpen. And now you see him hit him out of the center. You see him hitting to the second deck. He just hit a Reynolds. And then Charlie with 27 ribbies. In the top 10 in RBIs in the National League, they're all middle of the order guys. That makes sense. That's the way it always is. But that's a credit, obviously, to Charlie. It's also a credit. Let's not forget some of the guys at the bottom of the order have to get on for you to have RBI opportunities.
That's why I love having a guy like Charlie Blackmon at that leadoff spot. The ability to hit for power really changes that dynamic as a leadoff hitter. And I think we've pointed out in the past the amount of extra at bats that you have as a leadoff hitter compared to the 2-hole hitter, compared to the 3-hole hitter, is 20 to 40 at bats. And we've seen in baseball, baseball's made a conscious effort of late to change the whole idea of what a leadoff hitter is. It's not the prototypical slap the ball. You want somebody that you want up there for most of your bats throughout the year, and that's what Charlie's become.
Outside on Ian Desmond, it's 2-1. Rockies were nursing a 1-run lead until the strange events of the 6th inning. A 2-out error by Owings, and then the fly ball to Peralta. He stumbled, fell, got up, seemingly saw the ball. Oh, they didn't step off, and DJ's going to be out. Tried to get Hoover to balk. Finally was made aware and just in time stepped off the back, and that's a caught stealing on the throw to Owens. 1-4.
There's not a worse feeling as a base runner. You're just praying that he throws the baseball towards home plate. Well, the numbers on Charlie Blackmon's home run: 105 miles an hour off the bat, traveled 446 feet.
And the launch angle at anything over 100 miles an hour with the launch angle he had is a home run like 97% of the time.
Yeah, 32%. Right in that green zone. And that ball was crushed.
3-2 on Desmond. And Desmond goes down. In the inning, Blackmon makes it 5-0 with his 8th big fly of the year. And this was a massive big fly. Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Say yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. By the Tavern Downtown. Visit Tavern Downtown after Rockies home games and get 2-for-1 beers with your same-day ticket. And by the Wyoming Office of Tourism, Wyoming is full of adventure. It's time to find out if you are too. That's why travelwyoming.com.
Well, not to poke fun of a kid eating Dippin' Dots, but the way he was eating that looks like the clown's mouth in Happy Gilmore when he's miniature golfing.
Yeah, he's actually getting a little bit of the Dippin' Dots in his mouth.
Oh.
That's going to be an infield hit. So Descalso with the second Arizona hit. Had tough luck. I think Chatwood thought he had it.
On the super mud, you see the two-seam fastball is up. Don't use your hand, Chatty. It's crazy. Don't do that. Keith Duggar's coming out to check. He's probably saying the exact same thing.
One pitch, I'm fine.
Don't use your hand, but saying the same thing. Don't do that. All right.
He's going to make a move. He's going to bring Ottavino in.
Well, I don't think that has anything to do with Chatty putting the ball down with his hand.
He's showing I should have grabbed it with my glove hand. I agree. I think Chatwood's just fine. What a performance. Standing ovation. Deservedly so for Tyler Chatwood.
Two hits over 7 innings. Tomorrow is Purple Monday. Download the MLB Ballpark app to check in for your chance to win prizes. Adam Ottavino coming in now after giving up the leadoff hit to Daniel Descalso. Ottavino struggled in his last outing in San Diego, walked 4 batters, but he has been virtually unhittable throughout the season. Like to get the feel of the fastball so he can command it.
They weren't big misses in San Diego, but he has had command issues this year. The walks are not where Adam typically would be. And this is his first outing since walking 3 on Thursday. Chris Herman has been, will hit here. Nick Ahmed's on deck. Descalso at first. Clouds rolling in again. And that pitch misses, ball 1. Now for Chatwood, his best home start in the last couple of years. got to be a huge confidence boost. And now it's 2-0, especially given the lineup he's facing. That pitch was right there. How's that not a strike?
It's because he missed location. Garneau had to reach back and catch it.
Now 3-0. At what point does it start to get into Adams' head a little bit? These deep counts. It's been all fastballs. A lot of times you'll see him throw, you know, the slider more often. 3-0. And that's a strike. Adam Ottavino, so very gifted, and he's a very cerebral pitcher. Big crossfire. It's a complex delivery. Here's the 3-1, and he walked him. And now Nick Ahmed will come up, 2 on, nobody out.
I think part of what's gone on with Ottavino is that they just haven't had an opportunity to use him a lot. Look at the last time that Otto's thrown was in San Diego 3 days ago. And I know it sounds funny, but I think guys like Otto, when you have a lot of moving parts in the crossfire, he's probably the type of guy that wants to go out every single day. Because of Bud and his ability to use the bullpen sparingly, and because the starting pitchers of late have been giving length, there hasn't been a lot of opportunities for the Rockies relievers to come in.
And that goes off Garneau. Fortunately, no advancement. 1-1. Brandon Drury is going to hit for Hoover. He went.
I mean, to make my point even more, between April 30th and today, Ottavino's thrown twice.
Ball and 2 strikes on Nick Ahmed. Rockies up 5-0. Top of 8, nobody out. And Ahmed with a base hit right center field. That's going to get a run home. And going first to third is Chris Herman. You don't want to give this Arizona offense life. It's a slider that hung.
Yeah, one of the few rare hanging sliders way up in the zone. It's an easy swing path for Nick Ahmed.
This will be the last hitter for Adam Ottavino in all likelihood. Blanco can obviously pinch hit Pollock for him, which would be a natural thing to do if you're Torey Luvello, but we'll see how this plays out. After that, you have Peralta and then Goldschmidt. And that is going to upset Tyler Chatwood, because that's a run on his resume. He threw shutout baseball out, only 2 hits. A worm burner through the middle of the diamond by Jake Lamb with 2 outs in the 4th, and then the ball off his hand. Final line 7+, a run on 2 hits, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. 1-1. You know, the Rockies need to get Ottavino right, because he is a key member of that bullpen late in games on the plus side. 2 on Drury. This ball, ground ball toward the middle of the diamond. The Rockies will get 2 outs and concede the run. So it's 5-2. Story a 6-3 double play. Buddy Black always counseling as he takes the baseball from Ottavino. Mike Dunn will be up next, trying to get that final out in the 8th inning. Here's our unlimited baseball break brought to you by T-Mobile. The Cubs come to town tomorrow. They'll play a night game against the Yankees. They've lost the first 2 games of that series at Wrigley. They're 16-14, depending on the outcome tonight, leading the National League Central. Their team ERA not what it was last year through the first half a dozen weeks. Chris Bryant, the reigning MVP, is off to a good start. The pitching probables: Arrieta, Lackey, and Hendricks. For the Rockies, Antonio Senzatella looking for his 5th victory tomorrow night. Kyle Freeland will be looking for his 4th victory on Tuesday, and Herman Marquez Wednesday afternoon. A.J. Pollock will pinch hit for Gregor Blanco. Mike Dunn's on the mound. 2 outs in the 8th, 2 runs in for Arizona. It's 5-2.
Mike recently reinstated after having back spasms, which sent Carlos Estevez back down to the minor leagues. Pitched the other day, faced a batter, got him out.
Two strikes on Pollock.
Had thunder and lightning around Coors Field. They had to clear out the rock pile.
Broken bat, foul ball. The barrel went farther than the baseball.
That's getting sawed off. I have a feeling we're going to get some weather in a second.
Yeah, the wind is now really picked up. The rock pile. Last folks heading down for cover. And now there are hot dog wrappers everywhere. Toto just flew by.
Toto was a Yorkie. They are pretty light.
Not big dogs. One, two. On the ground is short. And a good play by Story. That ends the inning. There were 2 hits, a walk, and a couple of runs for Arizona. Rockies lead at 5-2. Rockies on the cusp of beating Arizona. Bottom of the 8th inning, a 5-2 lead. But we're going to have to pause with weather coming in and the lightning storm. I think a big reason why. Mark Razin during the commercial break was talking not only on the phone to their weather forecasters, but then passing that information on to the umpiring crew led by Mark Wegner. And the decision was made to pull the tarp and get the players out of potential harm's way in the crowd as well.
This tarp might be an adventure to put on the field right now with the wind. Might have to come back in a second and go help the field crew out again.
So the Rockies up 5-2, bottom of the 8th inning. When we resume, Cargo will be at the plate, and he'll face his old friend, teammate Jorge De La Rosa. That lightning was pretty close. So what we're going to do is we're going to take you to a edition of the club, the latest edition of the club, as they put the tarp on. We'll keep you abreast. Yeah, we'll keep you abreast of what's going on here. 5-2 Rockies.
Hey, Drew, we just got dried off. We've been waiting out here to come back on. No, crazy weather delay going on, but can't forget about what Tyler Chatwood did. The guys were just talking about that today, giving life back to this team.
Yeah, he was really good. Spilly mentioned his secondary pitches. When he can command his fastball, though, he's really, really dangerous. I wanted shattered bats. We saw some shattered bats.
Oh, and you had a couple home runs. You had a misplayed ball in right field, so you got a couple runs when you needed to. Yeah, you got 3 outs to go. Let's finish this up so we can go home and eat.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Hungry big fella?
Yeah.
We'll have the post-game show right after the game, and these guys should be really prepared with some tidbits after, hours of delay.
Hours.
Somehow doubt it.
We,
All
hope,
right, guys.
we hope they were using their time wisely, and you don't want Huey with his stomach growling. So hopefully this ends quickly. Tom Wilhelmsen's now going to throw. Jorge De La Rosa was coming in from the bullpen when the rains came and the lightning and the wind. So I guess they decided not to use De La Rosa, and they'll go to another former Mariner, Tom Wilhelmsen.
I think what Torey Lovullo decided to do was not to waste De La Rosa on just one at bat for Carlos Gonzalez and let Wilhelmsen face Cargo and then the 2 righties behind him in Mark Reynolds and Trevor Story.
Who Wants Tacos fans, follow at @RootSports_RM on Twitter to receive alerts for the Rockies taco special, and the Rockies score 7 or more runs. Back-to-back great starts for 2 guys who'd been struggling for the Rockies. Tyler Anderson yesterday, and today Tyler Chatwood. Well, there was a crowd of close to 40,000 today, and understandably with the game being delayed by at least an hour. We'll get the official delay in a moment. Most of the crowd said, you know what, it's time for Sunday dinner, doing what Huey wanted to do. And the Rockies look like they're going to get themselves another W. But no lead is ever safe, and you want to add on if you can. Cargo today, line drive to deep left, a pop out, and a fly ball to center field. 0 for 3. Shift is on as we resume. Outside ball 1. How tough was it after a significant delay to gear your body up again?
As difficult as it is for a broadcaster to gear up an hour and 22 minutes after a delay. It's hard.
That is hit really hard, but it's into the shift. So Cargo's retired 6-3. And that'll bring up Mark Reynolds, who continues to shine. Not only the home run we showed you a moment ago in the highlight package, but he had a base hit in the 4th against Taijuan Walker. And then maybe the biggest at bat of the ball game. In the 6th inning, he reached on a routine ground ball to Chris Owings, who bobbled the baseball. And then Trevor Story hit a fly ball to right field, which was as routine gets. But somehow David Peralta slipped, fell down, then got up and lost the ball in the sun. It was scored a double, and Reynolds scored all the way from first. And then the next hitter was Pat Valaika, who promptly hit the 2-run home run. So it looked like it was still going to be a 1-0 game from Arizona's perspective going to the 7th inning. And just like that, it turned into a 4-0 affair.
I'll give the Rockies credit for taking advantage of that. Oftentimes you get an extra out, an error is made. Well, in this case, there's 2 errors made, so there's 2 extra outs, and the Rockies took full advantage of those mistakes.
Reynolds has got 2 outs. Now, technically, the first one obviously was an error. The second one was not an error. It goes down as a double, but here's that fly ball we were talking about off the bat of Trevor Story. Watch David Peralta on this.
I don't think I've ever seen a play like this. You can even see Trevor throw the bat in disgust and then whoop, falls, loses it in the sun. Not a better place for your sunglasses than on top of your hat.
And Wilhelmsen hits the strike zone. Mark Reynolds all of a sudden had to pick it up. He had, he's kind of cruising around second base, assuming it's going to be the last out, as most guys do. And then he hustled around and made a terrific slide to beat the throw. Actually, honestly, the throw beat him. If not for a great slide, he would have been out at the plate. So Story credited for an RBI double, 2 for 3. Greg Holland getting ready to go in the 9th inning.
Most of the time when players have a rain delay, they'll sit at their lockers. They might even change out of their uniform. Maybe even by the time that the delay happened, most of the food for the post-game spread is available. So the guys smell it, they'll maybe have a quick bite. And then as they're waiting, you're waiting for the traveling secretary to come in. That or one of the coaches that tell you about how long the delay is going to be. Some guys may trickle back into the batting cage and take a swing or two. There's not a lot to do. Card games will get busted out. Catch up on some emails.
And Story is out. The Rockies go quickly in the 8th inning. So we'll go to the top of the 9th. The Rockies up 5-2, looking for 3 more outs with Greg Holland.
Greg Holland, pitcher. And I'm going to be able to hit my driver a lot farther. That's the way I look at it. If you execute pitches, you'll get people out. If you don't, you won't. The other team has to play on the same field we do. Just go out there and execute pitches, and it'll take care of itself.
Greg Holland, 12 for 12 in save opportunities. And he will face Peralta, Goldschmidt, and Jake Lamb in the 9th inning with the Rockies up 5-2. 3-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. Peralta is 0 for 3. Goldschmidt 0 for 3. Barely been a ball hit hard today, honestly, by Arizona. A couple of lineouts. They've been harder than the 3 base hits. And that is strike 1. Everybody had to maintain that focus. You were talking about the difficulty in almost an hour-and-a-half delay, but the one guy who I'm sure was really honed in was Greg Holland, because he knew whether it was 10 minutes after the rain delay, 5 minutes, or 20 minutes, he was going to be getting the baseball.
Typically for a relief pitcher, it's far more on par to their normal routine is having these type of delays. They're not in the game yet, but for a regular position player to get in the game, come out of the game, and resume an hour and 20 minutes later, very difficult.
Peralta gone on 3 pitches.
That slider is absolutely filthy. Subaru Supermo. And that one's diving away from Peralta. Holland says when he gets his good slider, he can make it dive away from a hitter or into a hitter. For a right-handed slider to dive away from a left-handed hitter, you don't see that.
Here's Goldschmidt. And this is a weak ground ball to first. And you know what the Rockies have done today with that second out? Goldschmidt's 0 for 4. He had reached in 58 of his last 59 games against the Rockies, a .377 average, an on-base percentage of .484, which is unheard of, amazing. But today, the Rockies got him all 4 times. Now Greg Holland needs one more out.
Tyler Anderson, Tyler Chatwood, the last 2 days have pitched Goldschmidt very well. 1 for 8 between yesterday and today. It's pretty amazing.
Jake Lamb 1 for 2 and a walk. And that's in there for a strike. Homestand started out in a difficult way. Rockies lost on Friday. Zach Greinke was terrific. They dropped the Rockies to 7-7 at home. But they're a strike away from improving to 9-7, continuing their early season dominance, Spilly, inside the NL West.
And you have to, if you want to make it to the playoffs, and this team is playing like a playoff-bound team, they will, with a win, with one more strike, they will improve to 16-8 against the National League West.
And you look up what the Dodgers, winners of the last 4 division titles in the NL West, have done. The Giants, with their great success the last half-dozen years, they win inside the division. You got to do it. It's a tough division, but if you want to be on top, you got to win inside it. 0-2, line foul out of play. Here's something else, is pitching. And they have 3 hits, talking about Arizona. They came into this ballpark prior to Friday on a string of 11 straight with at least 10 hits at Coors Field. They were under that on Friday in their win. They were under that last night in the loss, and obviously they have just 3 knocks today. Here's the 0-2.
They say pitching and defense for a reason. No errors today for the Rockies. And if it holds true, they will improve to 16-4.
Playing errorless baseball.
Playing errorless baseball.
Well, by the way, the Giants got swept in Cincinnati. They got beat up Friday and Saturday badly, lost 4-0 today. See you later, ball game over. You want something done quickly and efficiently? Call Greg Holland. 2 strikeouts in a 1-2-3 ninth, and the Rockies can shake hands. They have knocked off the Diamondbacks 5-2. They are 4-2 against the Diamondbacks this year, and as we were just discussing, now 16-8 inside the very competitive National League West. Pat Valaika, big ball game, giving Nolan Arenado a break today, and he hit like Nolan.
What a day for these Rockies. Top to bottom, Valaika do it.
Here's our Jimmy John's delivery of the game. It always begins with pitching. Tyler Chatwood had scuffled. Probably being kind. What he's struggled with at home the last year plus, but today he was Tyler Chatwood-like. 7 innings, ends up giving up a run. That's not 2 earned runs is wrong, just 1 earned run and a couple of hits. Tyler Chatwood, terrific today in leading the way, and the Rockies get enough done offensively, put 5 on the board, and now they'll get ready for the World Champion Cubs beginning tomorrow night. 5-2 the final. Chatwood gets his 3rd victory of the year. Holland's 13 out of 13 in saves, and Taijuan Walker drops to 3-2 as we go to Jenny and the gang out in center field. Jenny?
All right, Drew, thanks so much. Yeah, series victory for Colorado against Arizona sets up nicely for the Cubbies coming to town.
It does. Yesterday it was 1-3. Today it was 5-7, 6 for 9, 4 runs, 4 RBIs.
And you take another series.
We'll be right back.
All right.